Welcome to What If Sleep's Storian, where What If whispers timeless tales into dreams. Breathe deeply, let your mind soften, and drift into tonight's gentle story. What if, on a quiet Sunday in fog-wrapped London, secrets from the past knocked softly at a familiar door, bringing mysteries that unfolded like whispered confessions in the gaslit shadows. So dim the lights, find your most comfortable position, and let these whispered narratives carry you softly towards sleep. If this tale finds you drifting towards sleep's edge, let me know where in the world you're listening. These stories travel far on whispered winds. Give it a like and subscribe, but only if you genuinely like what I do here. London, in the year 1893, breathes with the rhythm of a great slumbering beast. The city sprawls across the Thames like a patchwork quilt of ambition and melancholy, where gaslight flickers against window panes that hold 1,000 secrets. On this particular Sunday afternoon, the fog rolls through the streets with the patience of an old storyteller, curling around lampposts and settling into doorways as if it too seeks rest. The Victorian capital pulses with contradictions that would amuse even the most cynical observer. Grand mansions rise beside soot-stained tenements, their brick facades telling tales of triumph and struggle in equal measure. The wealthy promenade through Hyde Park in carriages that gleam like polished jewels, while chimney sweeps navigate the narrow alleys with the grace of shadows learning to dance. It is a world where progress marches forward with determined steps, yet tradition clings to every cobblestone like morning dew refusing to surrender to daylight. In this labyrinth of human ambition and quiet desperation, where the scent of coal smoke mingles with the sweet perfume of bakery windows, stands a narrow house at 221 Baker Street. The building leans slightly to one side, as if listening intently to the conversations of its neighbours, its windows glowing with the warm amber light of a dozen oil lamps. The brass nameplate beside the door has weathered countless London seasons, yet still gleams with the pride of those who call this place home. Here, in rooms that have witnessed more mysteries than most libraries hold books, two men have carved out a sanctuary from the chaos of London's endless riddles. The sitting room on the first floor tells its own story through the careful arrangement of well-worn furniture and the gentle accumulation of scholarly debris. Books tower in precarious stacks beside the fireplace, their leather spines creating a rainbow of browns and deep crimsons that catch the light like sleeping cats. A violin rests against the mantelpiece, its strings humming softly with the vibrations of the city below, while newspapers fold themselves around chair arms like tired guests who have overstayed their welcome. The fire crackles in the grate with the contentment of flames that know they have found their purpose, casting dancing shadows across Persian rugs that have absorbed years of conversation, contemplation, and the occasional frustrated pacing of brilliant minds wrestling with impossible puzzles. The wallpaper, a deep burgundy adorned with subtle golden flourishes, seems to lean in closer as afternoon melts into evening, as if the very walls themselves participate in the quiet dramas that unfold within these chambers. Dr. John Watson sits in his favourite armchair, a sturdy piece of furniture that has moulded itself to his form through countless evenings of reading and reflection. His medical bag rests beside him, its leather surface worn smooth by years of faithful service to both his private practice and his more unconventional adventures. The Sunday edition of the Times lies open across his lap, though his attention drifts frequently to the window, where the fog performs its eternal ballet with the gaslight outside. Watson's face bears the gentle lines of a man who has seen both the horrors and wonders of human nature, yet maintains an expression of quiet optimism that suggests he still believes in the fundamental goodness of the world. His moustache, carefully groomed despite the relaxed nature of their Sunday afternoon, twitches slightly as he reads an article about the latest developments in surgical techniques, his professional mind automatically cataloguing information that might prove useful in his dual career as physician and chronicler of extraordinary events. Across from him, in a chair that seems to have been designed specifically for the art of deep contemplation, sits Sherlock Holmes. The detective's angular frame appears almost sculptural in the firelight, his sharp features casting shadows that shift and change with each flicker of the flames. his long fingers stained faintly with chemicals from his recent experiments in the small laboratory he has established in their shared quarters, drums silently against the arm of his chair as his grey eyes survey the room with the patient intensity of a cat, observing a particularly interesting corner where mice might venture. Holmes wears his Sunday attire with the casual elegance of a man who understands that true sophistication requires no effort. His smoking jacket, a deep green silk that complements the amber tones of the room, hangs loosely over his tall frame, while his dark hair falls in gentle waves that catch the light when he turns his head to follow some thought that has captured his imagination. A pipe rests forgotten in his right hand, its bowl growing cold as his mind travels paths that only he can navigate. The silence between the two men holds the comfortable weight of long friendship and mutual respect. It is not the silence of those who have nothing to say, but rather the peaceful quiet of companions who have shared enough adventures to know that words are not always necessary for communication. The afternoon light filters through the lace curtains with the golden quality that belongs uniquely to London in autumn, when the sun fights valiantly against the ever-present fog and occasionally wins small victories that transform ordinary rooms into chambers of amber and honey. Mrs. Hudson has left them a tea service on the small table between their chairs, the china painted with delicate roses that seem to blush in the warm light. Steam rises from the teapot in lazy spirals that dissolve into the general atmosphere of contentment that pervades the room. A plate of biscuits sits beside the tea service. Though neither man has shown much interest in refreshment, both apparently content to let the afternoon unfold at its own gentle pace. The city beyond their windows continues its Sunday afternoon symphony of muffled sounds and distant activities. Carriages roll past with the rhythmic clip-clop of horses whose hooves know every stone of Baker Street, while vendors call out their wares in voices that have learned to carry just far enough to attract attention, without disturbing the peace that Sundays are meant to preserve. Children's laughter drifts from the nearby park, mixing with the gentle hum of adult conversation and the occasional bark of a dog who has discovered something fascinating in the eternal mystery of London's streets. Holmes shifts slightly in his chair, and Watson glances up from his newspaper with the automatic attention of a friend who has learned to read the subtle signals that indicate when the great detective's mind has engaged with some new puzzle. But Holmes merely reaches for his pipe, lighting it with the slow, deliberate movements of a man savouring a moment of genuine relaxation. The tobacco glows orange in the bowl, and sweet smoke begins to curl toward the ceiling, adding its own note to the symphony of scents that defines their shared sanctuary. "Peaceful afternoon," Watson observes, his voice carrying the satisfied tone of a man who has learned to appreciate the simple pleasure of doing nothing in particular. He folds his newspaper and sets it aside, reaching instead for his teacup, which Mrs. Hudson has filled with the precise blend of Earl Grey that both men prefer for Sunday afternoons. Indeed, Holmes replies, though his tone suggests that his definition of peace might be somewhat more complex than his friend's. His grey eyes continue their casual survey of the room, taking in details that most observers would overlook entirely. The way the light falls across the Persian rug reveals a small stain that speaks of some long-forgotten adventure. The angle of Watson's medical bag suggests that he has been considering whether to make a house call to check on Mrs. Peterson's rheumatism, though he has ultimately decided that Sunday afternoon is sacred territory that should not be invaded by professional obligations unless absolutely necessary. The fire settles in the grate with a soft whisper of shifting logs, and both men turn toward the sound with the automatic response of those who have learned to find comfort in such small domestic symphonies. The flames have taken on the deep orange glow that speaks of wood that has been properly seasoned and carefully selected, burning with the steady patience of a fire that knows it has all afternoon to complete its work. Watson sips his tea and allows his mind to wander through the pleasant landscape of satisfied exhaustion that follows a week of successful medical practice and well-documented mysteries. His notebook, filled with the carefully recorded details of their recent cases, sits on the table beside his elbow, its pages thick with the kind of observations that will eventually transform into the stories that have begun to attract a modest but enthusiastic readership. He thinks of the readers who write to express their appreciation for his chronicles, and feels a warm satisfaction at the knowledge that their adventures serve not only the cause of justice, but also the more subtle purpose of entertainment and gentle education. Holmes draws on his pipe with the slow rhythm of a man who has learned that the best thoughts often arrive in the spaces between conscious effort. His mind drifts through the cases they have recently concluded, examining each from multiple angles with the thoroughness of a scholar reviewing classical texts. The mystery of the missing emerald necklace revealed itself to be a tale of misplaced affection and wounded pride, solved not through dramatic confrontation, but through patient conversation and gentle understanding. The case of the vanishing violinist proved to be nothing more sinister than a talented young woman seeking escape from an overly protective family, resolved with introductions to a more suitable musical environment and a promise of continued correspondence. Such cases, Holmes reflects, provide their own satisfaction. Not every mystery requires the intervention of Scotland Yard or the exposure of criminal masterminds. Sometimes the greatest service a detective can provide is simply the application of logic and compassion to the smaller puzzles that trouble ordinary lives. These quiet victories, though they lack the dramatic flourishes that capture public attention, often prove more lasting in their effects than the more spectacular adventures that fill newspaper headlines. The afternoon light continues its slow transformation, growing richer and warmer as the sun descends toward the horizon that lies somewhere beyond London's eternal shroud of fog and chimney smoke. The quality of the light in their sitting room shifts from the clear gold of early afternoon to the deeper amber that speaks of evening's gentle approach. Neither man feels any urgency to interrupt this peaceful progression of time, both having learned that London's mysteries will present themselves when they are ready, regardless of human impatience or expectation. A gentle knock at the front door drifts up from the street level, followed by the sound of Mrs. Hudson's footsteps as she moves to answer the summons. Both Holmes and Watson note the sound without particular alarm, accustomed as they are to the irregular arrival of clients, colleagues, and the occasional official representative who requires their assistance with matters that exceed the normal boundaries of conventional investigation. The knock, however, carries a particular quality that catches Holmes's attention. It is neither the confident rap of someone announcing their presence with authority, nor the hesitant tap of a nervous client approaching their first consultation with the famous detective. Instead, it possesses the measured cadence of someone who has thought carefully about this moment, who has perhaps stood on the pavement outside for several minutes while gathering the courage to disturb the quiet of a Sunday afternoon. Mrs. Hudson's voice rises from below, though the words remain indistinct through the floorboards and the general acoustic softening that characterises their well-appointed chambers. Her tone suggests polite inquiry rather than any concern about the nature of their visitor, and after a brief exchange, the sound of footsteps on the stairs indicates that she is conducting someone toward their sitting room. Watson sets down his teacup and straightens slightly in his chair, automatically assuming the posture of professional readiness that years of practice have made second nature. Holmes, meanwhile, removes his pipe from his lips and turns his attention toward the door with the focused interest of a man whose mind has shifted from contemplation to active engagement. Mrs. Hudson appears in the doorway, her expression suggesting that their visitor has presented himself with proper credentials and reasonable explanations for disturbing their Sunday peace. She's a woman whose understanding of human nature has been refined through decades of managing the domestic arrangements of two gentlemen whose lives regularly intersect with London's more unusual citizens, and her judgment in such matters has proven consistently reliable. "Gentlemen," she announces in her pleasant, matter-of-fact tone, "Mr. Reginald Ford requests a few minutes of your time. He appears to be experiencing some difficulty that he believes might benefit from your particular expertise." Holmes and Watson exchange a glance that carries the weight of long partnership and mutual understanding. Sunday afternoon consultations are not uncommon, though they generally indicate matters of some urgency or delicacy that cannot wait for the conventional business hours that govern most professional relationships. "Please show Mr. Ford in, Mrs. Hudson," Holmes replies, his voice carrying the note of polite interest that indicates his willingness to hear what their unexpected visitor might have to say, and perhaps you might prepare a fresh pot of tea. I suspect this conversation may require the kind of refreshment that only your excellent Earl Grey can provide. Mrs. Hudson nods with the satisfaction of a woman whose suggestions have been accepted with proper appreciation and steps aside to admit their visitor. Mr. Reginald Ford enters the sitting room with the careful movements of a man who is accustomed to making favourable first impressions but currently finds himself in circumstances that challenge his usual confidence. Ford appears to be a gentleman in his middle 40s, with the bearing and dress that mark him as a member of London's professional class. His morning coat is well tailored and recently pressed, suggesting attention to personal appearance that extends even to unexpected Sunday afternoon visits. His hair, beginning to show threads of silver at the temples, is carefully groomed, though a closer examination reveals small signs of recent agitation in the way it falls slightly out of place over his left ear. Most striking, however, is the expression in Ford's eyes, which carry the particular combination of determination and apprehension that Holmes has learned to associate with clients who have spent considerable time wrestling with their problems before finally seeking professional assistance. It is the look of a man who has exhausted his own resources and approaches outside help not as a first resort, but as a carefully considered necessity. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson," Ford begins, his voice carrying the educated cadences of someone accustomed to addressing colleagues and clients with authority, though current circumstances have introduced a note of uncertainty that he struggles to conceal. "I apologise for intruding upon your Sunday afternoon, but I find myself in circumstances that seem to require immediate attention." Holmes gestures toward an unoccupied chair near the fireplace, his movement indicating both welcome and professional interest. "Please, Mr. Ford, make yourself comfortable. Dr. Watson and I were just remarking on the peaceful nature of this particular Sunday afternoon, though we have learned that London's mysteries rarely observe the conventional boundaries of the calendar." Ford settles into the offered chair with the careful movements of a man who is conscious of being observed and evaluated. He accepts Watson's offer of tea with gratitude that seems somewhat disproportionate to the simple courtesy, suggesting that his current state of mind magnifies even small gestures of hospitality into significant comfort. "I should explain," Ford continues, "that I am a solicitor with offices in Lincoln's Inn. My practice focuses primarily on property law and estate management, work that rarely involves the kind of unusual circumstances that I understand characterize your typical cases, Mr. Holmes." Watson nods encouragingly, recognizing the tone of a man who is working his way toward a revelation that requires careful preparation. His medical experience has taught him that patients often need time to find the words that will adequately express their concerns, particularly when those concerns touch upon matters that challenge their usual understanding of the world. Holmes, meanwhile, has begun his characteristic process of observation and deduction, noting details about their visitor that will later prove relevant to understanding both his immediate problem and the broader circumstances that have led him to seek their assistance. Ford's hands, while well cared for, show small ink stains that suggest recent intensive work with documents. His shoes, though polished, bear traces of mud that indicate hurried travel through London's streets, possibly involving shortcuts that a man in his position would normally avoid. For the past 3 weeks, Ford continues, his voice growing steadier as he settles into his narrative, I have been receiving letters that have caused me considerable distress. These communications arrive at my office with irregular frequency, always bearing the same distinctive handwriting, and always containing references to events from my past that I believed were, well, permanently concluded. The fire crackles in the grate, and the sound seems to encourage Ford to continue with his explanation. He reaches into his inner coat pocket and withdraws several letters, their paper bearing the slight yellowing that suggests they have been handled frequently, perhaps read and reread as their recipients struggle to understand their implications. The contents of these letters, Ford explains, placing them carefully on the small table beside his chair, suggest that someone possesses detailed knowledge of certain business transactions that I conducted approximately 15 years ago. Transactions that were entirely legal, I hasten to add, but which involved circumstances that I would prefer to remain private. Holmes leans forward, slightly, his grey eyes focusing on the letters with the intensity of a scholar examining manuscripts that might contain answers to long-standing questions. Blackmail, then, he observes, his tone carrying neither surprise nor judgment, merely professional interest in the mechanics of the situation. "I fear so," Ford admits, his voice dropping to a level that requires his listeners to lean forward slightly to catch his words. Though the demands have not yet been made explicit, each letter contains hints and allegations, building towards some conclusion that has not yet been revealed. It is this uncertainty, perhaps even more than the prospect of actual extortion, that has driven me to seek your assistance. Watson pours fresh tea for their visitor, noting the slight tremor in Ford's hands as he accepts the cup. The physician in him recognizes the signs of prolonged stress and insufficient sleep, conditions that often accompany the kind of psychological pressure that effective blackmailers know how to apply. "May we examine these letters?" Holmes inquires, his request carrying the polite formality that he employs when dealing with clients whose situations require delicate handling. "I assure you that Dr. Watson and I treat all consultations with the strictest confidence." Ford nods and gestures toward the letters, though his expression suggests some reluctance to share documents that have clearly caused him considerable anguish. "Please, examine them as thoroughly as you see fit. I have reached the point where professional assistance seems not merely advisable, but absolutely necessary." Holmes takes up the first letter with the careful movements of someone who understands that evidence must be preserved even as it is examined. The paper is of good quality, though not exceptional, suggesting that the writer possesses sufficient means to purchase decent stationery, but has not chosen to make any particular statement through expensive materials. The handwriting is educated and controlled, though certain characteristics suggest that the writer has made some effort to disguise their natural penmanship. "Dear Mr. Ford," Holmes reads aloud, his voice taking on the measured cadence that he employs when sharing important information with his colleagues. "I trust this letter finds you well and prosperous in your current circumstances. It occurs to me that the passage of time has perhaps allowed you to forget certain obligations that remain unfulfilled. The matter of the Whitmore estate in particular seems to have faded from your memory, though I confess that my own recollection remains quite vivid." The detective pauses in his reading, glancing up at Ford with an expression that invites elaboration without demanding immediate explanation. Ford, however, merely nods for him to continue, apparently preferring to hear the entire contents of the correspondence before attempting to provide context. "I find myself in possession of certain documents," Holmes continues, "that I believe would prove most interesting to your current clients, should they become aware of the creative solutions you employed in resolving certain legal difficulties 15 years ago. I am confident that your reputation for ethical practice would survive such revelations, though I suspect your client base might experience some degree of reduction." Watson makes a soft sound of disapproval, recognizing the particular cruelty of threats that target a professional man's reputation and livelihood. In Victorian London, where success often depends as much upon perception as upon actual competence, the mere suggestion of ethical irregularities can prove as damaging as concrete evidence of wrongdoing. The letter concludes, Holmes notes, turning to the final paragraph with what appears to be a promise of future correspondence. "I shall write again soon, as I find our renewed acquaintance most stimulating. Until then, I remain your most devoted correspondent." Ford sets down his teacup with movements that suggest considerable effort to maintain normal composure. "The subsequent letters follow a similar pattern," he explains, each one adding details that demonstrate the writer's knowledge of specific events and circumstances that I believed were known only to myself and perhaps 2 or 3 other individuals. Holmes examines the second letter, noting subtle differences in the paper and ink that suggest the writer has taken care to vary their materials, possibly to complicate any attempt to trace the correspondence to its source. The content follows the pattern established by the first letter, though with increased specificity regarding the events that form the basis of the writer's implied threats. "The Whitmore estate," Holmes observes, looking up from the letters to meet Ford's gaze directly. "Perhaps you might provide some context for Dr. Watson and myself. I suspect that understanding the original circumstances will prove essential to identifying your correspondent and determining their ultimate objectives." Ford draws a deep breath, apparently steeling himself for revelations that he has spent considerable time hoping to avoid. The Whitmore case involved the settlement of a substantial estate left by an elderly gentleman who died without clear heir designation. The will itself was ambiguous in certain key respects, leaving room for interpretation that could significantly affect the distribution of assets. Watson nods encouragingly, recognising the tone of a professional man preparing to explain complex circumstances to colleagues who may not share his specialised knowledge. His own experience with legal matters, while limited, has taught him that even apparently straightforward cases often involve subtleties that require careful explanation. At the time, Ford continues, I was a junior partner in a small firm that specialised in estate law. The senior partners assigned me to handle the Whitmore matter, perhaps because they considered it relatively straightforward, or perhaps because they sensed complications that they preferred to avoid. Holmes has returned his attention to the letters, though his expression suggests that he is simultaneously absorbing Ford's explanation and examining the physical evidence for clues that might not be immediately apparent. And these complications manifested themselves how? Precisely. The primary difficulty, Ford explains, arose from the existence of two potential heirs, each with reasonable claims to the estate. The language of the will seemed to favour one interpretation, but certain circumstances suggested that the deceased might have intended a different outcome. The fire settles again in the grate, and the sound seems to underscore the gravity of Ford's revelations. Outside, the fog has thickened with the approach of evening, wrapping their sitting room in a cocoon of amber light and intimate conversation that encourages both confession and careful analysis. I spent several weeks researching the case. Ford continues, consulting legal precedents and attempting to determine what the deceased might actually have intended. During this process, I discovered certain documents among the estate papers that seemed to clarify the testator's wishes, though these documents had not been included in the formal will. Watson leans forward slightly, his medical training having taught him to recognise the moment when a patient approaches the crucial revelation that explains their current symptoms, documents that support which interpretation of the will. That, Ford admits, is where the ethical complexity arose. The documents I discovered clearly supported the claim of the less obvious heir, a distant relative who had maintained little contact with the deceased. However, the more obvious heir was a local widow with 3 young children, whose need was considerably more urgent. Holmes looks up from his examination of the letters, his expression carrying the neutral interest of a professional detective who has learned not to pass judgment on the moral complexities that often complicate legal matters. And your decision in this matter? Ford hesitates for a moment, apparently weighing the implications of full disclosure against the risks of incomplete honesty, with men whose reputations depend upon their ability to uncover truth, regardless of its complexity. I chose to interpret the will in favour of the widow, he admits finally. The documents I had discovered were not formally notarized, and their authenticity, while probable, was not absolutely certain. I convinced myself that the uncertainty justified favouring the interpretation that would provide the greatest benefit to those in genuine need. Watson nods with the understanding of a man who has faced similar ethical dilemmas in his own professional practice. The conflict between strict adherence to technical requirements and compassionate consideration of human circumstances represents one of the perpetual challenges of professional life, particularly in fields where decisions significantly affect the welfare of others. The estate was settled according to your recommendation, Holmes inquires, his tone suggesting neither approval nor criticism, merely professional interest in understanding the complete sequence of events. It was, Ford confirms. The widow received the inheritance, which allowed her to maintain her household and provide proper education for her children. The distant relative, who had never expected to inherit anything, remained unaware that any alternative interpretation had been possible. Holmes returns to his examination of the letters, though his attention now carries the focused quality that indicates his mind is working to connect the information Ford has provided with the evidence contained in the threatening correspondence. And now, the detective observes, someone appears to possess knowledge of the documents you chose not to present, suggesting that your decision 15 years ago may have been observed by someone who has waited until now to make use of this information. Ford nods with the weary resignation of a man who has spent weeks reaching the same uncomfortable conclusion. The letters demonstrate knowledge of specific details that could only have come from someone who had access to the estate papers, or from someone who was told about them by such a person. The afternoon light has continued its gradual transformation, and Mrs. Hudson appears in the doorway with a fresh tea service, her timing suggesting the intuitive understanding of domestic rhythms that characterises experienced housekeepers. She exchanges the depleted service for the fresh one with movements that create no interruption to the ongoing conversation, though her expression suggests awareness that their consultation involves matters of some gravity. "Thank you, Mrs. Hudson," Watson says, accepting a fresh cup of tea with the automatic courtesy that years of shared residence have made habitual. "Your tea provides exactly the kind of fortification that complex problems seem to require." Mrs. Hudson acknowledges the compliment with a slight smile and withdraws, leaving the three men to continue their discussion in the renewed atmosphere of warmth and comfort that fresh tea invariably provides in London sitting rooms during the transition from afternoon to evening. Holmes has begun to pace slowly around the room, his movements carrying the restless energy that Watson recognises as a sign that the detective's mind has engaged fully with the puzzle presented by their visitor's circumstances. The letters remain on the table beside Ford's chair, though Holmes's attention now seems focused on the broader implications of the situation rather than the specific details of the correspondence. The timing of these letters, Holmes observes, pausing near the window to gaze out at the fog-wrapped street below, suggests that your correspondent's motivation extends beyond simple financial gain. 15 years represents a considerable period to maintain interest in a case that was apparently settled to everyone's satisfaction. Ford shifts in his chair, his expression suggesting that Holmes's observation has touched upon concerns that he has been reluctant to voice. "I have considered that possibility," he admits. The delay might indicate that the writer has only recently acquired knowledge of the circumstances, or that some change in their own situation has made this information newly valuable to them. Watson, meanwhile, has taken up one of the letters and begun his own examination of the physical evidence. His medical training has taught him to look for details that might indicate the writer's condition or circumstances, though he recognises that Holmes's expertise in such matters far exceeds his own. The handwriting suggests education and self-control, Watson observes, though there are small irregularities that might indicate some degree of physical discomfort or emotional stress. The pressure of the pen varies slightly, as if the writer was experiencing some internal conflict while composing these messages. Holmes turns from the window with an expression of approval for his colleague's observations. "Excellent, Watson. Those details support the theory that our correspondent is not a professional blackmailer, but rather someone with a personal interest in the Whitmore case, who has decided to use their knowledge for purposes that remain unclear." Ford reaches for his teacup with movements that suggest he is using the simple action to provide himself with time to consider the implications of their analysis. If the writer's motivation is personal rather than financial, he says finally, then the situation becomes considerably more complex. Personal grievances often prove more difficult to resolve than simple monetary demands. The detective resumes his pacing, though his movements now carry the purposeful quality that indicates his mind is working toward specific conclusions rather than general exploration of possibilities. "Mr. Ford," he says, pausing to address their visitor directly, "I believe our next step must involve a more detailed examination of the original Whitmore case. The identity of your correspondent almost certainly lies among those who had access to the estate papers, or who might have learned of their contents through association with someone who did." Ford nods with the resigned acceptance of a man who recognises the necessity of revisiting circumstances he had hoped to leave permanently in the past. "I have preserved copies of most of the relevant documents," he admits, though I confess that I have avoided reviewing them in recent years, preferring to consider the matter concluded. "Understandable," Watson observes, though current circumstances appear to require a more thorough reconsideration of the case. Sometimes the resolution of present difficulties requires careful examination of past decisions, however comfortable we might be with leaving them undisturbed. Holmes has returned to the table and taken up the third letter, which proves to contain even more specific references to the circumstances surrounding the Whitmore estate. The writer's knowledge extends to details about the physical condition of the disputed documents, their location within the estate papers, and even the approximate date when Ford might have discovered them. This level of detail, Holmes notes, suggests that your correspondent either had direct access to the papers themselves or received information from someone who examined them with considerable care. The precision of these references rules out casual observation or second-hand gossip. Ford accepts this conclusion with the grim satisfaction of a man whose worst suspicions have been confirmed by expert analysis. "I have spent the past 3 weeks trying to identify who might possess such knowledge," he says. The list of possibilities is disturbingly short, and none of the names on it suggest comfortable explanations for the current situation. The fire has begun to burn lower, and Watson rises to add fresh logs, his movements automatic and domestic in contrast to the increasingly complex implications of their visitor's problem. The renewed flames cast dancing shadows across the ceiling, creating an atmosphere that encourages both careful thought and quiet conversation. "Perhaps," Holmes suggests, settling back into his chair with the letters arranged before him on the small table, "you might share your thoughts about the possible identity of your correspondent. Dr. Watson and I often find that our clients' instincts about such matters prove remarkably accurate, even when they hesitate to trust their own conclusions." Ford draws a deep breath and assumes the expression of a man preparing to voice suspicions that he would prefer to keep private. "There were 4 individuals, in addition to myself, who had significant contact with the estate papers during the settlement process. 2 of them have since died, leaving only 2 possibilities that I can identify with any confidence." Watson has returned to his chair and taken up his notebook, recognizing that the information Ford is about to provide will likely prove crucial to resolving the mystery of the threatening letters. His pen hovers over the page as he prepares to record details that may later require careful review and analysis. The first possibility, Ford continues, is Mr. Harold Pemberton, who served as the estate's primary executor. Pemberton had access to all the papers and was present during my initial examination of the documents. He would certainly possess the knowledge demonstrated in these letters, though I find it difficult to imagine why he would choose to employ it in this manner. Holmes nods, though his expression suggests that he reserves judgment about the likelihood of various explanations until more information becomes available. "And Mr. Pemberton's current circumstances? He continues to practice law from offices near Gray's Inn," Ford replies. "His reputation remains excellent, and his practice appears prosperous. I can think of no obvious reason why he might need or want to engage in blackmail, though I acknowledge that appearances can be deceiving." The detective makes a note on a small pad that he has drawn from his waistcoat pocket, his movement suggesting that he is recording information that will require further investigation, and the second possibility. Ford hesitates for a longer moment before responding to this question, his expression suggesting that the second name on his list carries implications that he finds even more troubling than the first. "Miss Catherine Whitmore," he says finally, "the niece of the deceased and the distant relative whose claim to the inheritance I chose not to pursue." Watson looks up from his notebook with surprise, recognizing the significance of this revelation. If Miss Whitmore has learned of the documents that would have supported her claim to the estate, her motivation for the threatening letters becomes immediately apparent, though the delay of 15 years requires explanation. Miss Whitmore had access to the estate papers? Holmes inquires, his tone carrying the heightened interest that indicates an important piece of the puzzle has fallen into place. "Not directly," Ford admits, though she did visit the offices during the settlement process to inquire about the progress of the case. At the time, I assured her that her uncle's will was quite clear in its provisions, and that she should not expect to receive any inheritance from the estate. The implications of this revelation settle over the room, like the fog that continues to thicken outside their windows. If Catherine Whitmore has somehow learned that documents existed which would have supported her claim to her uncle's estate, her sense of having been deliberately defrauded would provide powerful motivation for the current campaign of threats and innuendo. Have you had any contact with Miss Whitmore in this year? The estate was settled? Holmes asks, his question suggesting that he is already beginning to construct theories about the circumstances that might have led to the current situation. Ford shakes his head, though his expression suggests that this lack of contact now seems significant in ways that had not previously occurred to him. None whatsoever. I assumed that she had accepted the situation and moved on with her life, though I realise now that this assumption may have been naive. Watson has been considering the implications of Ford's revelations, and his medical experience with patients who harbour long-standing grievances suggests that 15 years might not be an unusually long time for someone to nurse resentment about perceived injustice. People sometimes need considerable time to discover information that explains disappointments they have experienced, Watson observes. If Miss Whitmore has only recently learned about the documents that might have changed the outcome of the case, her current actions might represent a response to newly acquired knowledge rather than a long-planned campaign of revenge. Holmes nods with approval for his colleague's insight, recognising that Watson's understanding of human psychology often provides valuable perspectives on the motivations that drive apparently inexplicable behaviour. The question then becomes, Holmes notes, how Miss Whitmore might have learned about the existence of documents that you chose not to reveal 15 years ago. Such information could only have come from someone who was present during your examination of the papers, or from someone who subsequently gained access to your files or notes from the case. Ford's expression suggests that this question has occurred to him as well, though he appears to find the possible answers deeply troubling. My files from that period are stored in the basement of my current offices, he explains. Access is restricted, though not impossible for someone with sufficient determination and knowledge of our filing system. The detective rises from his chair and moves toward the window, where the gas lamps outside have begun their nightly competition with the thickening fog. The street below has taken on the mysterious quality that characterises London evenings, when familiar landmarks become suggestions rather than certainties, and ordinary citizens transform into shadowy figures whose purposes can only be guessed. "Mr. Ford," Holmes says, turning back toward their visitor with the decisive manner that indicates he has reached preliminary conclusions about the case. "I believe our investigation must begin with a careful examination of your files from the Whitmore case, followed by discreet inquiries into the current circumstances of both Mr. Pemberton and Miss Whitmore." Ford nods with the relief of a man who has shared his burden with capable professionals and can now anticipate some form of resolution to his difficulties. "I would be grateful for any assistance you can provide," he says. "The uncertainty has become almost unbearable, and I fear that my ability to concentrate on my current cases has been significantly compromised." Watson closes his notebook and sets it aside, recognising that they have gathered sufficient preliminary information to begin their investigation. "Perhaps we might arrange to visit your offices tomorrow morning," he suggests. "An examination of the original documents might reveal details that have been forgotten or overlooked." "Excellent suggestion, Watson," Holmes agrees. "And Mr. Ford, I would recommend that you continue your normal routine as much as possible. Any significant change in your behaviour might alert your correspondent that you have sought assistance, which could complicate our efforts to identify them." Ford rises from his chair with movements that suggest considerable relief at having shared his problem with professionals who appear confident in their ability to provide assistance. "Thank you, gentlemen. I cannot express how grateful I am for your willingness to take on this matter." Holmes escorts their visitor to the door, though he pauses before opening it to offer one final piece of advice. "Mr. Ford, should you receive any additional correspondence before we meet tomorrow, please handle the letters as little as possible and bring them to our attention immediately. Physical evidence often provides crucial insights that become clear only through careful examination." After Ford's departure, Watson and Holmes return to their chairs beside the fire, though the comfortable atmosphere of their Sunday afternoon has been replaced by the focused energy that characterises the beginning of a new investigation. "What do you make of our Mr. Ford?" Watson asks, reaching for his teacup and discovering that their extended conversation has allowed his tea to grow cold. The fire crackles with renewed vigour, having been fed with fresh logs during their consultation. Holmes has taken up his pipe again and begun the ritual of lighting it, his movements suggesting deep thought rather than simple pleasure in tobacco. A man caught between his conscience and his professional obligations, he replies after drawing several contemplative puffs. His decision 15 years ago was technically questionable but morally defensible, which makes him vulnerable to exactly the kind of pressure he is currently experiencing. Watson nods, recognising the accuracy of his friend's assessment. His own experience with ethical dilemmas in medical practice has taught him that the most difficult decisions often involve conflicts between competing principles rather than clear choices between right and wrong. And our mysterious correspondent, Watson inquires, settling back into his chair with the anticipation of the kind of analytical discussion that often follows their initial consultation with new clients. Someone with intimate knowledge of the case and strong personal motivation for revenge, Holmes observes, though the 15-year delay suggests either recent discovery of the relevant information or some change in circumstances that has made this course of action newly attractive, the fog outside has continued to thicken, transforming Baker Street into a realm of soft-edged mystery where gas lamps glow like beacons in a sea of grey cotton. The familiar sounds of London evening begin to filter through their windows, the clip-clop of late carriages, the distant call of vendors offering hot chestnuts to passers-by, and the occasional bark of dogs whose owners venture forth despite the challenging visibility. Miss Whitmore seems the most likely candidate, Watson suggests, given that she would have the strongest motive for revenge if she has learned about the documents that might have supported her claim to the inheritance. Holmes draws on his pipe with the slow rhythm that indicates his mind is working through the logical possibilities presented by their case. Indeed, though, we must not dismiss Mr. Pemberton too quickly. Professional men sometimes find themselves in financial difficulties that do not become apparent to their colleagues until circumstances force revelation. The fire settles in the grate with a soft whisper of shifting logs, and both men turn toward the sound with the automatic response of those who have learned to find comfort in such domestic symphonies. The flames have taken on the deep orange glow that speaks of well-seasoned wood burning with steady patience. Watson reaches for his notebook and opens it to review the information they have gathered during their consultation with Ford. The handwriting analysis might prove useful, he observes. If we can obtain samples of writing from both Pemberton and Miss Whitmore, we should be able to determine which of them is our correspondent. An excellent point, Holmes agrees, though we must also consider the possibility that our blackmailer has disguised their natural handwriting, or even employed someone else to pen the letters while providing them with the specific information to include. The detective rises from his chair and begins his characteristic pacing around the room, his movements carrying the restless energy that Watson recognises as a sign that Holmes's mind has fully engaged with the puzzle presented by Ford's situation. The precision of the information contained in the letters troubles me, Holmes continues, pausing near the bookshelf where volumes on criminal investigation stand beside works on chemistry and logic. Such detailed knowledge suggests either direct access to the documents themselves, or information provided by someone who examined them with remarkable thoroughness. Watson considers this observation while watching the flames dance in the fireplace. Could Ford be mistaken about who had access to the papers? Perhaps someone else was present during his examination of the documents, someone whose presence he has forgotten or overlooked. Holmes turns toward his friend with an expression of approval for the suggestion. A distinct possibility, Watson. Memory often proves unreliable when it comes to seemingly insignificant details, particularly when those details occurred 15 years ago, during what was probably a stressful period in Ford's professional development. The afternoon has given way entirely to evening, and Mrs. Hudson appears in the doorway with a small lamp that she places on the table, beside the letters from Ford's mysterious correspondent. Her movements suggest the automatic domestic adjustments that evening requires in a well-managed household. "Will you gentlemen be requiring dinner this evening?" she inquires, her tone carrying the practical concern of a woman who understands that her employer's irregular schedules often make meal planning a complex endeavour. "Thank you, Mrs. Hudson," Watson replies, though I suspect our appetites have been somewhat diminished by the gravity of our afternoon consultations. Perhaps something light if it would not be too much trouble. Mrs. Hudson nods with the understanding of a woman who has learned to accommodate the eating habits of two gentlemen whose minds often become so absorbed in their work that physical needs receive secondary consideration. "I shall prepare something suitable," she assures them, "and leave it available should you find yourselves in need of sustenance." After Mrs. Hudson's departure, Holmes returns to his examination of the letters, though his attention now seems focused on details that had not previously captured his interest. He holds one of the sheets up to the lamplight, examining the paper with the intensity of a scholar studying ancient manuscripts. "The watermark is interesting," he observes, "though not unique enough to provide immediate identification of the source. The paper is of good quality, but readily available at most stationers throughout London." Watson joins his friend in examining the physical evidence, noting details that his medical training has taught him to observe. The ink appears uniform throughout each letter, he notes, suggesting that they were written in single sessions rather than composed over extended periods. Holmes nods with appreciation for his colleague's observation, which indicates that our correspondent planned these communications carefully, gathering all necessary information before beginning to write, rather than composing spontaneous messages as thoughts occurred to them. The implications of this conclusion settle over both men as they continue their examination of the letters. If the blackmailer has planned their campaign with such care, they are likely to prove more formidable opponents than someone acting on impulse or sudden opportunity. "Tomorrow's examination of Ford's files may prove crucial," Watson observes, returning to his chair as the warmth of the fire draws him away from the cooler air near the lamp. "If we can determine exactly who had access to the documents, we can begin to narrow our list of suspects." Holmes resumes his pacing, though his movements now carry the purposeful quality that indicates his mind is working towards specific conclusions rather than general exploration of possibilities. "I am particularly interested in learning more about Miss Whitmore's current circumstances," he says. 15 years is a considerable time, and her situation may have changed in ways that make this course of action newly attractive to her. Watson opens his notebook to a fresh page and begins recording questions that their investigation will need to answer. "We should also inquire about Mr. Pemberton's recent activities," he suggests. "If he's experiencing financial difficulties, that might explain why he would choose to exploit knowledge that has been available to him for 15 years. The fog outside has grown so thick that the gas lamps appear as mere suggestions of light in the grey darkness, creating an atmosphere that seems to muffle sound and transform ordinary London into a realm of mystery and shadow. The familiar becomes unfamiliar when visibility is reduced to mere feet, and even well-known streets can become mazes that challenge the most experienced residents." Holmes pauses near the window to observe the transformed street scene, his expression suggesting that he finds the fog's ability to obscure and mystify somehow appropriate to their current investigation. "London fog has always struck me as nature's contribution to the art of concealment," he observes. "It creates an environment where secrets seem natural, and revelation becomes a rare and precious commodity." Watson joins his friend at the window, noting how the familiar landmarks of Baker Street have been rendered mysterious by the thick grey veil that has settled over the city. "Perfect weather for clandestine activities," he agrees, "though I imagine it also makes it more difficult for those engaged in surveillance or other forms of discreet observation." The detective turns away from the window with a slight smile that suggests he has been struck by some connection between the evening's weather and their current case. "An interesting point, Watson. Our mysterious correspondent has chosen to conduct their campaign through letters rather than direct confrontation, which suggests either a preference for anonymity or some practical limitation that makes personal contact inadvisable. This observation leads both men back to their chairs beside the fire, where they settle into the kind of analytical discussion that often proves crucial to understanding the motivations and methods of those they are called upon to investigate. "If Miss Whitmore is our correspondent," Watson muses, "her choice to remain anonymous might simply reflect the delicacy of her situation. A woman accusing a respected solicitor of professional misconduct would need to be very certain of her facts before making such allegations publicly." Holmes nods while drawing on his pipe, the tobacco glowing orange in the bowl as sweet smoke begins to curl toward the ceiling. "Whereas if Mr. Pemberton is responsible for the letters, his anonymity might be intended to protect his professional reputation, while he attempts to extract payment for his silence." The fire crackles in the grate, and both men turn toward the sound with the automatic response of those who have learned to find comfort in such domestic symphonies. The flames cast dancing shadows across the Persian rug, creating patterns that shift and change with each flicker of the fire. There is another possibility that we have not yet considered, Holmes observes, setting his pipe aside as a new thought captures his attention. What if neither Pemberton nor Miss Whitmore is directly responsible for the letters, but one of them has shared information about the case with someone else who has chosen to exploit it for their own purposes? Watson looks up from his notebook with interest, recognizing that this suggestion opens up additional avenues of investigation that they had not previously explored. A third party who learned about the suppressed documents through conversation with one of our original suspects. Precisely, Holmes confirms. Someone who might have heard the story casually, perhaps years ago, and has only recently recognized its potential value for blackmail purposes. This possibility introduces new complexity to their investigation, since it would require them to explore not only the current circumstances of Pemberton and Miss Whitmore, but also their associates and the possibility that confidential information has been shared inappropriately. The level of detail in the letters argues against casual knowledge, Watson observes, though you're correct that we cannot dismiss the possibility that our correspondent received their information second-hand. Holmes has returned to his examination of the letters, though his attention now seems focused on broader patterns rather than specific details. The tone of these communications troubles me, he admits. There is a quality of personal satisfaction in the writing that suggests the author takes genuine pleasure in Ford's discomfort, rather than viewing this merely as a business transaction. Watson considers his friend's observation while reviewing his notes from their consultation with Ford. That would support the theory that Miss Whitmore is our correspondent, since she would have personal reasons for wanting to see Ford suffer for his decision to deny her the inheritance. The evening has settled fully over Baker Street, and the sounds from outside have taken on the muffled quality that thick fog imparts to urban noise. Carriages move more slowly and with greater caution, their wheels creating softer sounds against the cobblestones, while pedestrians call out to each other more frequently to avoid collisions in the limited visibility. Holmes rises from his chair and moves to the small desk where he keeps correspondence and writing materials. I believe we should send word to Ford tonight, confirming our appointment for tomorrow morning and requesting that he prepare copies of any additional documents that might prove relevant to our investigation. Watson watches as his friend composes a brief note with the efficient movements of someone accustomed to managing complex correspondence. Should we also begin making inquiries about Pemberton and Miss Whitmore tonight, or wait until we have examined Ford's files? I think discreet preliminary inquiries might prove valuable. Holmes replies, sealing his note to Ford with wax that he heats over the flame of their reading lamp. Though we must be careful not to alert our suspects that they are under investigation. The detective moves to the window and signals to a street urchin, who often serves as messenger for residents of Baker Street who need rapid communication with other parts of London. The boy appears from the fog like a small ghost, accepts Holmes's message and payment with practiced efficiency, and disappears again into the grey evening. Our young messenger will ensure that Ford receives our confirmation tonight, Holmes explains, returning to his chair beside the fire. Tomorrow we begin the more challenging work of unravelling 15 years of secrets and hidden motivations. Watson closes his notebook and sets it aside. Do you have any preliminary theories about the likely identity of our correspondent? Holmes considers the question while gazing into the fire, his expression suggesting that he is weighing various possibilities against the limited evidence currently available. Miss Whitmore remains the most likely candidate, he says finally, though I am troubled by the 15-year delay between the original injustice and her decision to seek revenge. People sometimes need considerable time to discover information that explains past disappointments, Watson observes, particularly when that information has been deliberately concealed by those in positions of authority. The detective nods, though his expression suggests that he finds this explanation incomplete. True, though I wonder what might have triggered her investigation into the case after so many years of apparent acceptance of the situation. This question leads both men into contemplative silence as they consider the various circumstances that might cause someone to revisit a case that was apparently settled to everyone's satisfaction 15 years earlier. The fire burns steadily in the grate, casting warm light across their sitting room while the fog outside continues to thicken. Perhaps, Watson suggests eventually, Miss Whitmore's current circumstances have changed in ways that make the lost inheritance newly significant to her. Financial difficulties or family obligations might motivate someone to investigate past injustices that they had previously accepted. Holmes draws on his pipe with the slow rhythm that indicates his mind is working through logical possibilities. Or she might have encountered someone else who was involved in the case and learned information that cast Ford's decision in a different light. The evening has grown late enough that Mrs. Hudson appears with a small tray containing light refreshments, her movements suggesting the automatic domestic adjustments that well-managed households make as night approaches. She places the tray on the table between their chairs and withdraws without interrupting their conversation. "Thank you, Mrs. Hudson," Watson calls after her, though his attention remains focused on their discussion of the case. "Your thoughtfulness is always perfectly timed." Holmes has taken up one of the small sandwiches from the tray, though his eating appears automatic rather than conscious, his mind clearly occupied with questions about their mysterious correspondent's identity and motivations. "Tomorrow's investigation should provide answers to at least some of our questions," he observes, "though I suspect this case may prove more complex than Ford's initial presentation suggested." Watson reaches for his own refreshment while considering his friend's assessment. The involvement of multiple potential suspects always complicates investigations, he agrees, particularly when the original events occurred far enough in the past that memories may have become unreliable. The fire has begun to burn lower, and Holmes rises to add fresh logs with movements that suggest long familiarity with the task. The renewed flames cast dancing shadows across the ceiling, while filling their sitting room with the warm scent of burning oak. "I am particularly interested in learning whether Ford's memory of who had access to the estate papers is complete and accurate," Holmes says, settling back into his chair as the fire begins to burn more brightly. 15 years is sufficient time for significant details to be forgotten or confused. Watson nods while reviewing his notes from their consultation with Ford. The precision of the information in the blackmail letters suggests that our correspondent either has exceptional memory for detail or access to written records that refresh their recollection of specific facts. This observation leads Holmes to examine the letters once more, though his attention now seems focused on evidence of how the information might have been gathered rather than simply what information is revealed. The specificity of certain references suggests consultation of written records, he agrees. Someone writing from memory alone would be unlikely to include such precise details about dates and document locations. The implications of this conclusion suggest that their investigation will need to focus not only on who might have had access to information about the Whitmore case, but also on who might currently have access to written records that contain such detailed information. Ford's office files represent one obvious source, Watson observes, though we should also consider whether other repositories of information might exist. Court records, correspondence files maintained by other participants in the case, or even personal journals that might contain relevant details. Holmes nods with approval for his colleague's thorough consideration of the possibilities. "Excellent thinking, Watson. Our investigation tomorrow must include inquiries about all potential sources of information about the case, not merely those under Ford's direct control. The fog outside has grown so thick that the gas lamps provide only the faintest suggestion of illumination, creating an atmosphere that seems to muffle all sound and transform familiar London into an alien landscape of mystery and shadow. Even the normally busy street noise has been reduced to occasional distant sounds that seem to emerge from and disappear into the grey void. Perfect weather for clandestine activities," Watson observes, noting how the fog has transformed their normally bustling neighbourhood into a realm where visibility extends only a few feet in any direction. Holmes joins his friend at the window, where they observe the transformed street scene with the interest of professional investigators who understand how environmental conditions can affect both criminal activity and the efforts of those who seek to prevent or solve it. London fog has always seemed to me nature's contribution to the art of concealment, Holmes observes. It creates conditions where the ordinary rules of observation and surveillance become significantly more challenging. This comment leads both men to consider how the current weather conditions might affect their investigation, and whether their mysterious correspondent might be taking advantage of the fog to engage in activities that would be more difficult under normal visibility conditions. Though it also makes it more difficult for anyone who might wish to observe our own activities, Watson notes, which could prove advantageous if our investigation requires discreet inquiries that we would prefer to conduct without attracting attention. Holmes turns away from the window with a slight smile that suggests he has found some connections between the evening's weather and their current case, particularly amusing or appropriate. Indeed, Watson, perhaps the fog is nature's way of ensuring that tomorrow's investigation proceeds under conditions that favour the pursuit of truth over the concealment of secrets. The detective returns to his chair beside the fire, where he settles with the satisfied expression of someone who has organised his thoughts sufficiently to proceed with confidence into the next phase of their investigation. "I believe we have extracted as much information as possible from this evening's consultation," he observes, reaching for his pipe with movements that suggest preparation for a final contemplative smoke before retiring for the evening. Watson closes his notebook and sets it aside, though his expression suggests that his mind continues to work through the various possibilities presented by Ford's case. Tomorrow should prove illuminating, he agrees, though I suspect we may discover that this mystery extends beyond simple blackmail into more complex territories of human motivation and long-suppressed grievance. Holmes lights his pipe with the deliberate movements of someone who values the ritual as much as the tobacco itself, and soon sweet smoke begins to curl toward the ceiling in lazy spirals that seem to echo the fog outside their windows. The human capacity for maintaining grievances over extended periods never ceases to amaze me, he observes, drawing on his pipe with the slow rhythm that indicates deep thought. 15 years is sufficient time for perceived injustices to transform from disappointment into obsession, particularly when the injured party has had ample opportunity to imagine how different their life might have been under alternative circumstances. Watson considers his friend's observation while watching the flames dance in the fireplace. Medical practice has taught me that people often need considerable time to fully understand and respond to traumatic experiences, he notes. What seems like delayed reaction might actually represent the natural progression of emotional processing. This psychological insight proves valuable, as both men consider the possible motivations of their mysterious correspondent, and how 15 years of reflection might have transformed initial disappointment into the kind of focused resentment that could motivate a carefully planned campaign of revenge. Whether our correspondent is Miss Whitmore, Mr. Pemberton, or some previously unknown third party, Holmes concludes, their current actions suggest a level of planning and determination that indicates this matter has become central to their sense of identity and purpose. The fire has begun to burn lower as the evening progresses toward night, and both men settle into the comfortable silence that often characterises the conclusion of their analytical discussions. Outside, the fog continues to thicken, transforming London into a realm where mystery seems natural and revelation becomes a rare and precious commodity. Watson reaches for his notebook one final time, recording observations and questions that have emerged from their evening's discussion. Tomorrow will tell us much about the accuracy of our preliminary theories, he notes, though I suspect this case will require patience and careful investigation to reach a satisfactory resolution. Holmes nods while drawing contemplatively on his pipe, the tobacco glowing orange in the bowl as smoke continues to rise toward the ceiling. Indeed, Watson, some mysteries yield their secrets quickly to direct interrogation, while others require the kind of persistent investigation that gradually reveals truth through the accumulation of small details and careful observation. The detective rises from his chair and moves to secure the letters from Ford's correspondent in his desk, where they will be safe until tomorrow's more detailed examination. His movement suggests the automatic security precautions of someone accustomed to handling evidence that might prove crucial to resolving complex cases. "I believe we should retire early tonight," he suggests, "since tomorrow's investigation will likely require considerable energy and attention to detail. Complex cases often demand sustained mental effort over extended periods." Watson agrees while gathering his notebook and preparing to adjourn to his own chambers. An early start will allow us to examine Ford's files thoroughly before beginning our inquiries about Pemberton and Miss Whitmore. As both men prepare to conclude their evening, the fog outside has grown so thick that Baker Street has been transformed into a realm where familiar landmarks disappear into grey mystery, and even the most well-known routes become uncertain journeys into the unknown. "Good night, Holmes," Watson says, pausing at the doorway to their sitting room. "Tomorrow should prove most interesting, regardless of which direction our investigation takes us." "Good night, Watson," Holmes replies, settling back into his chair for a final contemplative smoke before retiring. "And thank you for your valuable contributions to our analysis this evening. Your insights often provide perspectives that prove crucial to understanding the human motivations that drive such mysteries." After Watson's departure, Holmes remains beside the fire for several minutes, his mind working through the various possibilities presented by Ford's case, while the fog outside continues to thicken around their sanctuary on Baker Street. The flames cast dancing shadows across the room as he considers the complex web of secrets, grievances, and hidden motivations that they will begin unravelling tomorrow morning. The fire burns steadily in the grate, providing warmth and light against the mysterious grey darkness that has settled over London like a vast blanket of secrecy. In this atmosphere of concealment and revelation, where truth must be pursued through patient investigation and careful observation, Holmes prepares for another journey into the labyrinth of human nature and the endless capacity for both justice and revenge that characterises the greatest mysteries of Victorian England. The case of the threatening letters addressed to Mr. Reginald Ford represents more than simple blackmail. It embodies the eternal struggle between conscience and consequence, between the decisions we make in moments of moral complexity and the long-term implications of those choices. Tomorrow will begin the process of unravelling 15 years of secrets and discovering whether justice delayed can still prove to be justice served. As the fog continues to thicken outside and the fire burns lower in the grate, Baker Street settles into the peaceful quiet that precedes tomorrow's revelations, while somewhere in the grey London night, a mysterious correspondent prepares their next move in a game that began 15 years ago with one man's decision to choose compassion over strict legal interpretation. The city sleeps fitfully under its blanket of fog, while secrets whisper through the shadows, and truth waits patiently for those brave enough to seek it in the labyrinth of human motivation and the endless complexity of moral choice. Tomorrow will bring new revelations, but tonight belongs to contemplation and the gentle mysteries that fog brings to familiar streets and well-known faces. And in the morning, when the fog lifts and London awakens to another day of possibilities and challenges, Holmes and Watson will begin their careful journey into a mystery that promises to reveal as much about the nature of justice and human character as it does about the identity of one anonymous correspondent whose grievances have waited 15 years for expression. The investigation will test their skills of observation and deduction, but more importantly, it will require them to navigate the complex territories of human emotion and moral ambiguity that characterise the most challenging cases. For in the end, the mystery of the threatening letters may prove to be less about criminal activity than about the eternal human struggle to find balance between justice and mercy, between individual needs and collective responsibilities. Sleep comes slowly to Baker Street on this fog-wrapped evening, but it comes at last, carrying with it dreams of revelation and resolution, of secrets unveiled and justice served, of the endless fascinating complexity that makes London the perfect setting for mysteries that touch the deepest questions of human nature and moral choice. Tomorrow will bring answers, but tonight brings rest and the peaceful anticipation that accompanies the beginning of any great investigation into the mysteries of the human heart. Dawn arrives in London with the gentleness of a whispered secret, creeping through the fog with fingers of pale gold that gradually transform the grey mystery of night into the soft promise of morning. The gas lamps along Baker Street flicker once, twice, and then surrender their vigil to the natural light that seeps through the thinning mist like hope returning to troubled hearts. Holmes awakens with the automatic precision of a man whose mind never truly rests, even in sleep. The sitting room still holds the faint scent of last night's tobacco and the lingering warmth of banked coals in the fireplace. He rises from his chair, where he has spent the final hours of night in contemplation rather than proper rest, his mind working through the various possibilities presented by Ford's mysterious correspondent. The detective moves to the window and observes the transformation that morning has brought to their familiar street. The fog, while still present, has begun to lift in places, revealing glimpses of the everyday London that exists beneath the previous evening's shroud of mystery. Early vendors begin their calls, their voices carrying the cheerful determination of those who understand that commerce must continue regardless of atmospheric conditions. Watson emerges from his chambers with a satisfied expression of a man who has enjoyed proper rest and awakens refreshed and ready for the day's challenges. His medical bag sits prepared beside the door, though today it will accompany them on an investigation rather than professional visits to patients requiring conventional care. "Good morning, Holmes," Watson observes, noting his friend's position at the window and recognizing the signs that the detective has spent considerable time in thought since their consultation ended the previous evening. "I trust the night has brought fresh insights into our mysterious correspondent's identity." Holmes turns from the window with a slight smile that indicates satisfaction with preliminary theories, though he recognizes that the day's investigation will be required to transform speculation into certainty. "The morning light has a way of clarifying thoughts that seemed complex in the shadows of evening," he replies. "I believe our visit to Ford's offices will prove most illuminating, though perhaps not in the ways we initially anticipated." Mrs. Hudson appears with their morning tea service, her movements carrying the brisk efficiency of someone who understands that important work awaits her tenants. The china gleams softly in the morning light that filters through their windows, while steam rises from the teapot in gentle spirals that seem to celebrate the transition from night's mysteries to day's possibilities. "Thank you, Mrs. Hudson," Watson says, accepting his cup with the automatic gratitude that years of shared residence have made habitual. "Your timing, as always, is perfect for the requirements of the day ahead." Mrs. Hudson acknowledges the compliment with a pleased expression while arranging fresh biscuits on the small plate beside the tea service. "I've taken the liberty of preparing a light breakfast as well," she mentions, "since I suspect you gentlemen may find yourselves engaged in activities that prevent regular meals." Holmes accepts his tea with the distracted air of someone whose mind is already working through the logistics of their investigation. "Most thoughtful, Mrs. Hudson. Our work today may indeed require irregular hours and uncertain meal arrangements." After their housekeeper's departure, both men settle into their familiar chairs beside the fireplace, though the atmosphere carries the focused energy of preparation rather than the relaxed contemplation that characterized their previous evening's discussion. "Have you given additional thought to the question of timing?" Watson inquires, sipping his tea while reviewing the notes he recorded during their consultation with Ford. "The 15-year delay between the original case and the current threats continues to puzzle me." Holmes draws on his pipe, which he has lit with the automatic movements of morning routine, and considers his friend's question while gazing into the remnants of their fire. "I have been wondering whether our correspondent's decision to act now might be connected to some recent change in circumstances that we have not yet identified." The detective sets down his teacup and moves to his desk, where he withdraws a small map of London and spreads it across the surface. His finger traces the route from Baker Street to Ford's offices in Lincoln's Inn, while his mind calculates the time required for their journey and the optimal sequence for their planned investigations. Death, marriage, financial crisis, discovery of new information, Holmes continues, returning to his chair with the map in hand. Any of these circumstances might motivate someone to revisit grievances that they had previously accepted as unalterable facts of their personal history. Watson nods while considering the psychological implications of his friend's observation. Medical practice has taught me that people often experience delayed reactions to traumatic events, he notes. What appears to be sudden action may actually represent the culmination of years of gradual emotional processing. This insight proves valuable, as both men consider how 15 years of reflection might transform initial disappointment about the Whitmore inheritance into the kind of focused resentment that could motivate carefully planned revenge against Ford. The precision of the information in the threatening letters suggests that our correspondent has access to detailed records, Holmes observes, which raises questions about whether they have recently gained such access or have possessed it for years without choosing to exploit it until now. The morning light continues to strengthen outside their windows, gradually revealing the familiar landscape of Baker Street as the fog retreats before the advance of day. Vendors begin their calls with increasing confidence, while early pedestrians emerge from buildings to test the improving visibility against their daily navigation requirements. Holmes rises and moves to gather the letters from Ford's correspondent, handling them with the careful attention that important evidence requires. I believe we should examine these documents once more before departing for Ford's offices, he suggests. Fresh morning light sometimes reveals details that escape notice under artificial illumination. Watson joins his friend at the small table, where the letters have been arranged in chronological order, their surfaces catching the pale gold light that streams through the lace curtains. The handwriting appears even more controlled in daylight, though certain subtle variations become more apparent under closer examination. The pressure of the pen varies slightly throughout each letter, Watson observes, suggesting that our correspondent may have been experiencing internal conflict while composing these messages. Such variations often indicate emotional stress or physical discomfort. Holmes nods with approval for his colleague's medical insight, while continuing his own examination of the physical evidence. The paper quality remains consistent throughout all three letters, he notes, though the ink appears to come from different sources, suggesting that our correspondent has taken care to vary their materials. This attention to detail in avoiding detection reinforces their growing conviction that they are dealing with someone who has planned their campaign with considerable care and sophistication, rather than acting on impulse or sudden opportunity. Such precautions suggest either natural cunning or previous experience with attempts to avoid detection, Holmes concludes, setting the letters aside as he prepares for their departure. Either possibility indicates that our correspondent should not be underestimated. The detective moves to his wardrobe and selects attire appropriate for professional visits to legal offices, though his choices also reflect the practical requirements of investigation work that may lead them through various levels of London society before the day concludes. Watson makes similar preparations while considering the questions they will need to explore during their examination of Ford's files. We should pay particular attention to any indication of who might have had access to the original documents, he suggests, as well as evidence of recent disturbance or examination of the records. Holmes adjusts his collar with movements that suggest satisfaction with their planned approach to the investigation. I am particularly interested in learning whether Ford's memory of the case participants is complete and accurate, he notes. 15 years is sufficient time for significant details to be forgotten or confused. Both men gather their necessary materials and prepare to depart for Lincoln's Inn, though Holmes pauses to leave detailed instructions for Mrs. Hudson regarding any messages that might arrive during their absence. Should Mr. Ford send additional correspondence, or should anyone call requesting information about our whereabouts, he explains, please indicate that we are engaged in professional business but will return by evening to address any urgent matters. Mrs. Hudson accepts these instructions with the understanding of a woman who has learned to manage the complex communication requirements of two gentlemen whose work often involves sensitive investigations requiring discretion. The morning air carries the crisp quality that characterises London in autumn, when the city seems to awaken with renewed energy after the languid heat of Sumi. The fog has retreated sufficiently to allow normal navigation, though wisps of grey mist still cling to building corners and settle into doorways like reluctant guests departing after an extended visit. Their journey to Lincoln's Inn takes them through streets bustling with the purposeful activity of Monday morning, as London's professional classes begin another week of commerce law and civic administration. Clerks hurry past with bundles of documents, while more senior figures proceed with the measured dignity appropriate to their positions in the complex hierarchy of Victorian society. Ford's offices occupy the second floor of a building that houses several legal practices. Holmes observes as they approach their destination. Such arrangements often facilitate the kind of casual interaction between colleagues that might explain how confidential information could be shared inappropriately. Watson notes the architectural details of their destination, observing how the building's design reflects the conservative values and established traditions that characterise London's legal community. The brass nameplate beside the entrance lists several firms in the formal script that suggests permanence and professional reliability. Ford awaits them in his private office, a chamber that reflects 15 years of successful practice in the careful arrangement of law books, client files, and the accumulated artifacts of professional achievement. His desk bears the organised appearance of someone who has learned to manage complex cases through systematic attention to detail. "Gentlemen," Ford greets them with obvious relief at their punctual arrival, "I confess that I slept poorly last night, troubled by questions about who might possess such detailed knowledge of the Whitmore case." Holmes settles into the offered chair while beginning his characteristic examination of their surroundings, noting details that might prove relevant to understanding both Ford's professional circumstances and the possible sources of unauthorised access to confidential information. "We have given considerable thought to your situation," the detective replies, "and have developed several theories that require testing through careful examination of the original documents and inquiry into the current circumstances of those who might have had access to them." Ford unlocks a substantial filing cabinet and withdraws a thick folder bearing the notation "Whitmore Estate, 1878" in his careful handwriting. The folder shows signs of age but appears to have been maintained in good condition, suggesting that Ford has preserved the documents with the thoroughness that characterises conscientious legal practice. "I have retained copies of all significant documents from the case," Ford explains, "though I confess that I have avoided reviewing them in recent years, preferring to consider the matter permanently concluded." Watson accepts the folder and begins examining its contents while Holmes continues his survey of the office, paying particular attention to evidence of recent visitors or unusual activity that might suggest unauthorised access to confidential materials. The documents reveal the complexity that characterised the original Whitmore case, with multiple potential interpretations of the deceased's intentions and competing claims from various relatives who believed themselves entitled to inherit portions of the substantial estate. "The disputed documents are here," Ford indicates, pointing to several sheets that bear different handwriting from the formal will. These papers appear to clarify the testator's intentions in favour of Miss Catherine Whitmore, though their authenticity and legal standing remained questionable. Holmes examines the disputed documents with the intensity of a scholar studying ancient manuscripts, noting details about paper quality, ink characteristics, and handwriting that might provide clues about their origin and the circumstances under which they were created. "These documents appear genuine," he observes, "though their informal nature would have made their legal standing problematic, even if you had chosen to present them during the original proceedings." Watson has begun reviewing the complete file, paying particular attention to notes and correspondence that might indicate who else had access to the information contained therein. "Your notes mention consultations with several colleagues during the case," he observes. "Could any of these individuals have retained copies of the disputed documents?" Ford considers the question while reviewing his own notes from the period, his expression suggesting that memory is providing details that had not occurred to him during their previous consultation. "Mr. Pemberton certainly saw all the documents during his role as executor," Ford confirms, "and I did consult briefly with Mr. Jonathan Aldrich, a senior partner in a neighbouring firm, about the legal implications of the disputed paper S." Holmes looks up from his examination with heightened interest. "Mr. Aldrich had access to the documents themselves, or merely to your description of their contents?" "I showed him the actual papers," Ford admits, seeking his opinion about their potential impact on the case. His advice was that their questionable authenticity made them unsuitable for formal presentation, which influenced my decision to proceed without them. This revelation adds a third potential source of detailed information about the suppressed documents, expanding their investigation beyond the original suspects of Pemberton and Miss Whitmore to include someone whose involvement Ford had apparently forgotten until prompted by direct questioning. "Is Mr. Aldrich still practicing law?" Watson inquires, recognising the significance of identifying another individual who possessed intimate knowledge of the disputed documents and the circumstances surrounding Ford's decision to suppress them. "He retired from active practice several years ago," Ford replies, though he maintains offices nearby and occasionally consults on complex estate matters. "I believe he continues to reside in London, though we have had little contact in recent years." Holmes has begun pacing around the small office, his movements carrying the restless energy that Watson recognises as indicating intense mental activity as the detective processes new information and revises his theories about their mysterious correspondent's identity. "We now have 3 individuals who possess detailed knowledge of the suppressed documents," Holmes summarises, each with different potential motivations for exploiting that information 15 years after the original case was concluded. Watson closes the file and sets it aside while considering the implications of this expanded list of suspects. Pemberton for financial gain, Miss Whitmore for revenge, and now Mr. Aldrich for reasons we have yet to determine. Ford has begun to pace as well, though his movements carry anxiety rather than the focused energy that characterises Holmes's thinking process. "The possibility that Mr. Aldrich might be involved troubles me greatly," he admits. "He was a respected mentor whose guidance influenced many of my early professional decisions." The office falls into contemplative silence, as all 3 men consider how the investigation has become more complex with the identification of additional suspects who possess the knowledge necessary to compose the threatening letters. "Perhaps we should pay a visit to Mr. Aldrich this morning," Holmes suggests, before proceeding with our planned inquiries about Pemberton and Miss Whitmore. His reaction to unexpected questions about the Whitmore case might prove illuminating. Ford provides directions to Aldrich's offices, which prove to be located within easy walking distance of their current position. The proximity raises additional questions about whether professional proximity might have facilitated the kind of ongoing contact that could explain how confidential information might have been shared inappropriately. Their journey through the narrow streets of Lincoln's Inn takes them past buildings that house decades of London's legal history, where generations of solicitors and barristers have wrestled with the complex questions of justice, precedent and human nature that characterise the practice of law in Victorian England. Mr. Aldrich's offices occupy the ground floor of that building, Ford indicates, pointing toward a structure that appears even more traditional than his own workplace. The brass nameplate beside the entrance bears the simple inscription J. Aldrich, Legal Consultations, in script that suggests decades of established practice. Holmes pauses before entering to observe details about the building and its surroundings that might prove relevant to understanding Aldrich's current circumstances and possible motivations for involvement in a campaign of anonymous threats. The location suggests continued prosperity despite retirement from active practice, he notes, though we should not assume that professional success necessarily indicates freedom from financial or personal pressures that might motivate questionable behaviour. Ford approaches the entrance with obvious reluctance, apparently finding the prospect of confronting a former mentor about possible criminal activity deeply uncomfortable. "Mr. Aldrich was instrumental in establishing my early reputation," he explains. "The possibility that he might be involved in this matter challenges many of my assumptions about professional relationships and personal character." Watson recognises the emotional difficulty that Ford faces in questioning someone who played a significant role in his professional development. "Sometimes investigation requires us to examine uncomfortable possibilities about people we thought we knew well," he observes gently. The truth, however unpleasant, often proves preferable to continued uncertainty. They are admitted to Aldrich's offices by an elderly clerk whose manner suggests decades of faithful service to an employer who maintains traditional standards of professional dignity and courteous client relations. Mr. Jonathan Aldrich proves to be a gentleman in his 70s, with the bearing and appearance that marks him as a member of London's established legal community. His office reflects a lifetime of successful practice, with law books arranged in perfect order and documents organised with the systematic attention to detail that characterises the most competent practitioners. Mr. Ford, Aldrich greets his former colleague with apparent pleasure at the unexpected visit. "What brings you to my chambers on this pleasant morning? And who are your distinguished companions?" Ford makes the necessary introductions while struggling to find appropriate words for explaining their presence without immediately revealing the suspicious nature of their inquiry. "Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson are assisting me with some questions that have arisen regarding an old case," he explains carefully. Aldrich gestures toward chairs arranged near his desk, his manner suggesting genuine hospitality toward unexpected guests. "Please, make yourselves comfortable. I always enjoy opportunities to discuss interesting legal questions with colleagues and their advisors." Holmes settles into the offered chair while beginning his characteristic process of observation and evaluation, noting details about Aldrich's office and demeanour that might provide insights into his current circumstances and possible involvement in the threatening letters. "We're revisiting the Whitmore estate case from 1878, Ford explains, his voice carrying the reluctance of someone approaching a subject that he would prefer to avoid. "Specifically, questions have arisen regarding certain documents that were discovered during the original investigation, but not presented during the formal proceedings." Aldrich's expression shifts slightly, suggesting that the mention of the Whitmore case has triggered recollections that he finds significant, though not necessarily comfortable. "Ah yes, the Whitmore matter," he replies. "A complex case with ethical implications that extended beyond simple legal interpretation." Watson watches Aldrich's face carefully, applying his medical training to detect signs of stress or deception that might indicate guilty knowledge about the current threats against Ford. The older man's manner appears genuinely surprised by the inquiry, though his response suggests that he remembers the case details with remarkable clarity. "You advised against presenting certain disputed documents," Holmes observes, his tone carrying polite inquiry rather than accusation. "Perhaps you might share your recollection of the circumstances that led to that recommendation." Aldrich leans back in his chair with the expression of someone accessing memories that remain vivid despite the passage of 15 years. "The documents appeared to be authentic expressions of the deceased's intentions," he replies, "but their informal nature and questionable legal standing made them unsuitable for formal proceedings that might face challenge from disappointed heirs." Ford shifts uncomfortably in his chair, apparently finding this review of past decisions increasingly difficult as the conversation continues. "The ethical implications troubled me considerably at the time," he admits. "Your guidance helped me reach a decision that I believed served the greater good, though recent events have caused me to question whether that decision was entirely appropriate." Holmes leans forward slightly, his attention focused on Aldrich's reaction to Ford's revelation about current difficulties. "Recent events?" the older lawyer inquires, his tone suggesting genuine surprise rather than guilty knowledge. "I have been receiving anonymous letters," Ford explains reluctantly, "that demonstrate detailed knowledge of the suppressed documents and imply threats related to their potential revelation." Aldrich's expression changes to one of concerned surprise that appears entirely genuine, suggesting either exceptional acting ability or honest shock at learning about the threatening correspondence. "Anonymous threats," Aldrich repeats, his voice carrying the indignation of a professional man confronting evidence of unethical behaviour by unknown colleagues. "Such tactics represent a serious violation of professional standards, regardless of the motivation behind them." Watson continues his careful observation of Aldrich's responses, noting that the older man's surprise appears genuine and his indignation consistent with someone learning about unethical behaviour for the first time. "We are attempting to identify who might possess sufficient knowledge of the case to compose such threatening letters," Holmes explains, his manner suggesting professional inquiry rather than personal accusation. "Your consultation on the original case makes you someone whose recollections might prove valuable to our investigation." Aldrich nods with the understanding of someone who recognises the logical necessity of their inquiry, though his expression suggests that he finds the situation deeply troubling rather than personally threatening. "I retained no copies of the disputed documents," he states clearly, "and have had no contact with other participants in the case since the matter was concluded 15 years ago." My involvement was limited to providing advice about the legal implications of presenting questionable evidence. Holmes exchanges a glance with Watson that carries the weight of professional assessment, both men apparently reaching similar conclusions about Aldrich's credibility and likely innocence regarding the anonymous letters. Perhaps you might share your recollection of who else might have had access to information about the suppressed documents, Watson suggests. Additional perspectives on the case participants might help us identify other potential sources of the detailed knowledge demonstrated in the threatening letters. Aldrich considers the question while reviewing his memories of the original case participants and their various levels of access to confidential information. Beyond Mr. Pemberton in his role as executor, I recall meeting Miss Catherine Whitmore during her inquiries about the progress of the case, he notes. She struck me as an intelligent woman who felt that her interests were not being adequately represented in the proceedings. This observation provides additional insight into Miss Whitmore's character and possible motivations, suggesting that she may have harboured suspicions about the case even during the original proceedings. Did Miss Whitmore express specific concerns about the handling of her uncle's estate? Ford inquires, apparently recalling details about her inquiries that had not seemed significant at the time. She asked pointed questions about whether all relevant documents had been discovered and properly evaluated, Aldrich replies. I gained the impression that she suspected additional papers might exist that could affect the distribution of the estate. Holmes makes a note in his small pad, recognising that Miss Whitmore's early suspicions about undiscovered documents might explain how she could have maintained interest in the case sufficient to motivate investigation 15 years later. Such suspicions might have provided motivation for continued inquiry into the case, the detective observes, particularly if Miss Whitmore eventually obtained information that confirmed her original concerns about suppressed evidence. The conversation continues for several more minutes as Aldrich shares his recollections of the case participants and their various reactions to the estate settlement. His memories provide valuable context for understanding the psychological factors that might have motivated someone to maintain interest in the case over an extended period. I fear that I cannot provide additional assistance with your current difficulties, Aldrich concludes apologetically, though I certainly hope that you succeed in identifying your anonymous correspondent and resolving this troubling situation. After taking their leave of Aldrich, the three men emerge into the midday London atmosphere, where the autumn sun has gained sufficient strength to dispel most of the remaining fog from the morning's weather. Mr. Aldrich appeared genuinely surprised by news of the threatening letters, Watson observes, as they walk back toward Ford's offices. His responses suggested honest shock rather than guilty knowledge about the anonymous correspondence. Holmes nods with agreement regarding their assessment of Aldrich's credibility, which returns our attention to Pemberton and Miss Whitmore as the most likely sources of the detailed knowledge demonstrated in the letters threatening Mr. Ford. Ford walks between them with the expression of someone who finds relief in eliminating one potential suspect, even as the investigation continues toward other possibilities that may prove equally uncomfortable to confront. Miss Whitmore's early suspicions about suppressed documents provide compelling motivation for the current threats, he admits. If she has somehow confirmed her original concerns about the case, her sense of betrayal would naturally focus on my role in denying her the inheritance. The detective pauses at a street corner to consider the optimal sequence for their continued investigation. I believe our next step should involve discreet inquiries into Miss Whitmore's current circumstances, he suggests. Understanding her present situation may provide insights into why she has chosen to act now rather than earlier. Watson agrees while considering the psychological factors that might influence someone to delay revenge for 15 years before taking action. People sometimes need considerable time to develop the resources and resolve necessary for complex retaliation, he notes. Miss Whitmore may have required years to acquire the knowledge and confidence necessary to challenge someone in Ford's professional position. Their discussion continues as they make their way back through the bustling streets of Lincoln's Inn, where the legal community pursues its daily work of contracts, precedents, and the endless human dramas that require professional mediation. Ford provides additional details about Miss Whitmore's background and circumstances during the original case, painting a portrait of an intelligent woman who felt frustrated by her exclusion from decisions about her uncle's estate. She was unmarried at the time, Ford recalls, and living with elderly relatives in circumstances that suggested financial constraint. The inheritance would have provided considerable improvement to her situation, which may explain why she harboured such strong suspicions about the fairness of the proceedings. Holmes processes this information while considering how 15 years might have changed Miss Whitmore's circumstances and capabilities. An intelligent woman experiencing financial constraint would have powerful motivation to investigate any possibility that she had been defrauded of a legitimate inheritance. The afternoon progresses with continued investigation into the backgrounds and current circumstances of their remaining suspects. Their inquiries lead them through various levels of London society as they seek information about Pemberton's recent activities and Miss Whitmore's present situation. Through discreet conversations with professional colleagues and careful observation of public records, a picture begins to emerge of two individuals whose lives have taken very different directions since the conclusion of the Whitmore case 15 years earlier. Mr. Pemberton, they discover, has indeed experienced recent financial difficulties that would provide strong motivation for exploiting knowledge about Ford's questionable decisions in the original case. His law practice has suffered from competition with younger firms, and his personal investments have proven unsuccessful. Miss Catherine Whitmore, meanwhile, has transformed herself from the financially constrained young woman of 15 years ago into a successful businesswoman who operates a small but prosperous shop specialising in rare books and historical documents. Her current profession would provide exactly the kind of skills necessary for investigating historical legal cases, Watson observes, as they review the information they have gathered about Miss Whitmore's transformation. Someone who deals professionally with old documents would know how to research past events and locate suppressed evidence. Holmes nods while considering the implications of Miss Whitmore's professional development, and her success in business suggests that she has acquired the confidence and resources necessary to challenge professional men like Ford, who might have seemed beyond her reach 15 years ago. The investigation continues through the afternoon as they pursue additional leads and gather more detailed information about both suspects. Each new piece of evidence seems to support the theory that Miss Whitmore possesses both the motivation and capability to conduct the sophisticated campaign of threats against Ford. As evening approaches, they return to Baker Street to review their findings and plan their next steps in what has become a complex investigation into 15 years of hidden grievances and long-delayed revenge. The sitting room welcomes them with its familiar atmosphere of warmth and comfort, while Mrs. Hudson provides fresh tea and the kind of domestic support that makes intensive investigation work possible. "We have made considerable progress," Holmes observes as they settle into their chairs beside the fire, "though I suspect tomorrow will bring the confrontations that will finally resolve this mystery." Ford sits with them, his expression carrying the mixture of apprehension and relief that characterises someone approaching the conclusion of a troubling experience. "Whatever tomorrow brings," he says quietly, "I am grateful for your assistance in understanding how my past decisions have created my current difficulties." Watson reviews his notes from their day of investigation, while considering the human elements that transform simple, legal cases into complex dramas of justice, revenge, and moral consequence. "Some mysteries," he observes, "teach us as much about ourselves as they do about the people we investigate." The fire burns steadily in the grate as London settles into evening, while three men prepare for tomorrow's revelations and the resolution of a mystery that began 15 years ago with one man's difficult decision to choose compassion over strict legal interpretation. Outside their windows, gas lamps begin to flicker on as dusk approaches, casting gentle pools of light that push back the gathering shadows. The familiar sounds of London evening filter through the glass, the clip-clop of horses drawing carriages home from daily business, the distant calls of vendors offering evening papers, and the comfortable murmur of a great city settling into the peaceful rhythm of night. Tomorrow will bring answers, but tonight offers the quiet satisfaction of investigation well conducted, and mysteries approaching their inevitable resolution. In the warm glow of firelight and the gentle fellowship of shared purpose, Baker Street becomes a sanctuary where truth prevails over deception, and justice, however delayed, finally finds its voice in the labyrinth of human complexity that defines Victorian London's endless capacity for both secrets and revelation. And so, our tale continues toward its gentle conclusion, where the threatening letters that disrupted Mr. Ford's peaceful Sunday afternoon will finally surrender their secrets to patient investigation and careful observation. The mystery of the anonymous correspondent approaches its resolution in the warm lamplight of Baker Street, where friendship and professional skill combine to unravel 15 years of hidden grievances and long-suppressed truth. Sleep comes slowly to those who carry the weight of tomorrow's revelations, but it comes at last, bringing dreams of justice served and mysteries resolved in the endless, fascinating complexity of human nature and the eternal dance between conscience and consequence that defines our shared moral landscape. The fog returns with evening's approach, wrapping London once again in its gentle embrace of concealment and mystery, while gas lamps stand sentinel against the gathering darkness and the comfortable sounds of night settle over a city that never quite sleeps, never quite wakes, but dreams always of tomorrow's possibilities and the endless stories that wait to be discovered in the shadows and light of human experience. In Baker Street, where mysteries come to find their resolution and secrets whisper their truths to those patient enough to listen, another day's investigation draws to its peaceful close, while tomorrow waits with its promise of answers and the gentle satisfaction that comes when justice, however delayed, finally finds its way home through the labyrinth of time and human complexity. And so we reach the gentle conclusion of tonight's tale, where fog-wrapped London settles into peaceful slumber, while mysteries whisper their secrets to those patient enough to listen. The threatening letters that disturbed Mr. Ford's quiet Sunday afternoon have set in motion an investigation that will test both friendship and professional skill, revealing how the choices we make in moments of moral complexity can echo through the years like stones cast into still water. Tomorrow will bring revelations and perhaps resolution, but tonight belongs to contemplation and the soft comfort of knowing that some mysteries exist not to torment us, but to remind us of the endless, fascinating complexity of human nature and the eternal dance between justice and mercy that defines our shared existence. If you've enjoyed drifting through this Victorian mystery, let me know in the comments which historical era or mystery you'd like me to explore next. These gentle tales travel far on whispered winds, carrying us softly towards sleep and dreams of gaslit streets and comfortable mysteries that resolve with warmth rather than violence. Until our next whispered journey into the past, may your own mysteries be as gentle as London fog and as comforting as a fire in a familiar grate. Sweet dreams, dear listeners, and thank you for letting these stories carry you softly towards sleep's peaceful embrace.